You could always just use your fists, which are surprisingly good in this system. It's still a D4, which is a lot of weapons. Yes. Non-lethal just means that you don't suffer a penalty when trying to attack non-lethally. Nope. Damage from a non-lethal attack knocks a creature out rather than killing it, and you can use it to make a lethal attack with a -2 penalty. Okay, there you go. So it's the opposite of trying to attack with a lethal weapon non-lethally. You've taken one person in alive. Um, Here's a suggestion for you, Atticus. You can augment your shield. First off, you can add a boss to the shield or shield spikes to the shield. I don't know if those count as simple or not. Shield spike is martial. The other one is still loading. Actually, I don't know if you can have a finesse shield. That's a good point. But you can augment it to give it backswing, forceful, or two of your choice between disarm, non-lethal, shove, thrown 10 feet, trip, or versatile slashing. Yes. Wow, even bashing with a shield. A shield is a martial weapon. It's 1d4 bludgeoning, martial, group shield, and shield has the crit specialization that you knock them back 5 feet. So it's literally just a club. 10. Oh, you know what? I should see if my voice is coming through since I changed my mic. It is confirmed. I'd say you can just swap it now because we're still in the low levels where everybody's getting used to the game. Yeah, you haven't used anything yet. Okay, let's see. What do you even have that's finesse and simple? You have a throwing knife, a stiletto pin, a sickle, shears for some reason. It can be piercing or slashing. Deadly's real good. They got a pois. It's it's the same as raising a buckler. Other than that, it's just a dagger. It's a dog slicer with a gun on it. You can also get an air repeater. I think there's a large one as well. Yeah, a long air repeater, which is just the same thing but a longer distance. Um, Crossbow, hand crossbow, heavy crossbow, but those require reloading. Flintlock pistol, flintlock musket, darts. Alchemical crossbow, but it's really expensive. Finesse is you can use dex instead of strength, but it's only for attacking, not damage. The only way you can get dex to damage is by being a thief rogue. That is what Jan was. And then I ended up getting strength anyways because I needed it for athletics to trip people. Oh yeah, also for your consideration, Atticus, it's here somewhere. There is a shoulder-mounted thing you can get that can launch. There's one for nets, there's one for thrown weapons, and there's one for bombs. It increases the thrown range to 60 on all of them, I think. Apparently the net launcher is rare though, so it would not be available. It's not finesse though. Blade launcher is a bow-like assembly mounted on a handled frame. It can be configured to fire daggers, darts, shurikens, or star knives. Configuring it requires 3 interact actions. Once properly configured, loading the thrown weapon into the blade launcher requires a single action, so it basically turns it into a crossbow. It loses the agile, monk, thrown, and versatile traits if it has them, and has a range increment of 40 feet. Due to losing the thrown weapon trait, returning does not work with it. Okay. And then the bomb launcher is just an M79 that you shoot bombs out of. And it increases their range increment to 60. The downside here would be that you couldn't be able to use, what's it called? The thing that lets you draw and throw in a single action. Because you would have to draw it and then put it into the bomb launcher as a second action and then shoot it as the third. I didn't think about that. Is a gauntlet martial? Agile freehand. Multi-attack penalty reduced. So instead of being 0, -5, -10, it's 0, -4, -8. At that point, I think you would be better off using a buckler, because I think buckler also gives you a free hand. You can raise a shield with your buckler as long as you have that hand free or are holding a light object that is not a weapon. It's also agile. Oh, it is also thrown, yes. Yeah, it's a club, so. If you look at the second one there, it's got a little swoopy arrow pointing down. That's the thrown one. They actually have an image for the explosive dog slicer. The blade in the middle is bigger than the other two. Here you go, I'll put it on your sheet. There you go. Yep. There you go. They cost 35 gold if you'd like to buy one. If you want the equivalent of a +1 for throwing bombs, it is called Alchemist's Goggles. They're 100 gold because they're item level 4. +1 crafting checks to craft alchemical items and +1 to attack rolls with alchemical bombs. You can also ignore lesser cover when making strikes with alchemical bombs. Apparently there's a greater and major version of those too. That's the wrong town. In what way? It is a metropolis. That's as big as you can get. It is the second biggest town. The biggest one would be where Graya went. It's basically Vegas. Yes. Everything. Let me get my notes. I don't think I referred to this last time, but everything is carved directly into the stone, into the side of a cliff. Yes. The sun actually only comes from one side of the city, which is the side that it's carved into. It doesn't go all the way through, so you only get sun for about a third of the day. A large portion of the people who live here are dwarves, gnomes, and other subterranean species. Ancestries, I guess they call them in this. But the largest population overall would be humans. If you're looking at the population, humans would probably be like 20%, but then dwarves, gnomes, and halflings are probably also like 30% combined. So you're going to see more short people than you are humans. You know that there's an undercity that has smog in it constantly to where you need to wear protection to go down there, or it's suggested that you do so. Um, all the poor people actually live at the entrance of the town because the idea is, first of all, people that are coming to the place just end up there and beg at the city gates. And second of all, the people figure that if anybody ever tries to attack the town, they don't want to live on the outside where they would be getting attacked at. They're gonna live in deeper. There's a main road that goes down the center of town, which would be north to south. If you're looking at the city from the outside where it's carved in, you would be looking west. So the main road would actually be going left to right if you're looking inside the mesa. It has a bunch of bridges that go over that road so you don't disrupt it when going from one side of the city to the other. Um, Most of the guards that are guarding the main roads in the shopping districts are completely kitted out in obviously magical arms and armor. The ones in the residential areas are still heavily armored, but it's not magical stuff because they don't want them to have it. And then the people in the slums are basically just barely kitted out at all because all of the city money is gone by that point. And then down below, all the guards are going to be in what is essentially hazmat suits. It's mostly smog, yes. There currently is a layer of smoke above you that almost looks like a cloud layer. That it collects in the top of the mesa because they haven't carved out as much venting holes as they need in the top, so it pours out the front where it's carved out of. Most of the smoke, while it may be coming from chimneys and stuff where people have fireplaces in their houses, it's also coming from the Undercity below. In fact, there's probably vents in the ground in strategic locations that are billowing smoke constantly, and you probably do not want to get near those. Technically, yes, but most of the mining has already been done. Hey, yo, Garmerum, you can probably have this back now. Yes. The Antiquarians are also in town, yes. They have their own bounty board that you would not see because you haven't been part of their establishment. I believe the guard mentioned them to you and said if you like hauling heavy shit, then it's a good place to look up. You did not know. As mentioned right there. I actually do not remember if I mentioned her name or not, or if I just said his wife. I will have to rewatch that one and get back to you. This I don't remember. The only difference here, by the way, is that they say to contact Cole Coin Counter at the Coin Counter and Sons Baking Agency instead of your local sheriff. Something like that. Here's a suggestion for someone I think I said last time and forgot about. Repair kit. Pretty cheap, pretty sure. 2 gold. Half, yes. Is that counting the short swords? Also, here's another suggestion: having a lantern of some kind for the two ungifted people. That's just a torch, though. I think both lanterns are better than a torch. And I think they both say held in one hand, actually, so. Because the sconce is on the shield and you're holding the shield, so. Hooded is 7 silver, bullseye is 1 gold. They both have the same description, actually. Um, Hooded lantern is 30-30 and is equipped with shutters, which you can open and close to block the light. A bullseye lantern is a 60-foot cone and dim light in the next 60 feet. The Gator and Atticus. You know what else you could do, actually? Um, if you really wanted to, you could get a ever burning torch. $15 gold. And that's just the torch. There's also a mechanical torch, aka a flashlight, that is 10 gold. It's the same as a torch, except you can turn it into a 40-foot cone. Requires an interaction to flip the switch. Carries enough charge for 10 minutes, and you recharge it by cranking it for 1 minute. And Abner, I know you had some, I don't want to say affairs, because that doesn't sound right, but some business with the bank here. If I randomly disappear, by the way, it's because of rain. There is a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's not around here. It's in Illinois. Other than the ones given, not really. There is also a. I think I said something about the courthouse, yeah. There is also very prominently on the northern side, which the main street goes to, there is a massive cathedral. And that would be obviously where the leaders of the city are. It is specifically a council of mages, 21 of them, in fact. It is now. It goes in consumables. That was from the short bows. Probably got it as a ranged option you just haven't used yet. Well, the gun just won't shoot unless you specify bullets for it. It's 10 per purchase. You know, this is actually the second system I've played where somebody that's strong with a bow does more damage than somebody with a gun. Because the compound bows add half of your strength to the damage. And the bows are also not deadly, but the fatal? Or no, bows are deadly, guns are fatal. So unless you crit, the bow on a strength character is always going to do more. And even when you crit, it's going to be comparable. Unless you get a bipod. Well, the other system I'm thinking of is Warhammer. And the guns are definitely not underpowered in that one. It's just that strong people with bows do more damage. And even then, you probably have to be an elf with an elf bow and elf arrows. And the only reason crossbows don't get left behind is because everybody can use a crossbow. But you have to be trained to use anything other than that. You can use a crossbow and throwing weapons without training, but they lose all of their upsides and keep all their downsides. Otherwise, if you're a commoner and you aren't trained in bows, no, you can't use bows. Fuck you. Okay, so what's the first place of visit? Probably, because it's item level 0, I'm pretty sure. 12 gold. Oh, it is item level 1, actually. That's surprising. Well, Alex, you're the only person that has had any experience with these ruins that they take things from. Did you add your bullet back whenever you tested that, by the way? Okay, good. I would also like to note that the bounty board here is specifically stone slabs that they slot into the board. So it's not like paper you can rip off to take with you to help you along. You have to specifically go to the place to see it every time you want to reference it. Is that the plan? Are you gonna come back to it later? trying to see if there was like a refill thing for it under adventuring gear or something. Extra ink and paper, 1 silver. You probably have not used that much up yet, though. Well, that would be a completely separate bar. Yes, basically. You probably would have had to have asked, A, where the job's at, and then they would have pointed you here, basically. They get all of the actual people that need somewhere to stay and some food to eat, and then the other place gets the rowdy Friday nights and all the drunkards they have to clean up afterwards. In fact, I will say one is specifically an inn and one is specifically bar with entertainment. How about that? Yes. Apparently, Nethys is dying right now. If are you going to do a rubbing on this? I was looking something up while you said that. As you are doing this, a couple will come up to the board and they will say, "Oh, are you looking for work on the board there?" Well, we currently have somebody setting up one for ourselves, but it hasn't made its way onto the board yet. It takes some time to actually get on stone, as you will. If you're interested, something is happening in our home. We're not sure what, but every time we wake up in the morning, we have these terrible headaches and stiff necks. I think somebody may possibly be doing something to the house while we're asleep or something. We've been too afraid to mention it to anyone so far, but we can't stand it anymore. You get carbon monoxide from smoke. I'm sure there's plenty of smoke inhalation happening here. Oh, really? That's perfect because we have been seeing unexplainable things in the house as well. Well, we do have windows, but we're afraid that you know whoever could be causing this potentially could just get in through the windows. Then Well, it's certainly good in the parts of town that can afford it. To be fair, we've never thought about putting bars on our windows. It seems very gauche. I don't think wood would stop too many people around here. A stone lattice? Interesting. Oh well, the chimney comes with the fireplace, and I don't think we could replace that anytime soon. Oh yes, that's what we think may be happening, but everyone thinks we're crazy. It's just odd occurrences everywhere. Remember putting something somewhere the night before, and then it's in a completely different place the next day. Well, if any of you are magically inclined, that may certainly help. Well, if you're still interested in the job, we could lead you to our home. Otherwise, you may just be staying the night and seeing what happens. It's rather boring work, but we'll pay all the same. Hauntings specifically. Just being trained in it, you would know that you could potentially um, keep the spirits at bay if they happen to be in there and angry. I don't remember if anyone actually managed to do that while you guys were in the church or not. You would also know that unless you actually solve the problem that is causing the spirits to be angry, it's just going to come back. A more a more unethical business person may see this as a recurring business opportunity. Okay, Nethys is absolutely down. That's disappointing. Do they have all the books? Right now, I'm just gonna go, because it's also loading slowly. Right now, I'm just going to go with, their initial offer is 10 gold. So if you want 25% upfront, that would be 2 gold, 5 silver. Flat payment. 10 gold each would be your money from level 1 to 2. Your entire adventuring career from 1 to 2 is 40 gold. Okay, Nephis is not loading, but I have the thing I want, and it only shows, actually, view 17 more rows. Okay, never mind. It shows the first 3 rows and then not the 17 others. Luckily, you guys are level 2, so I only need the second row. How dare they use something that's free for everyone to see because of how the licensing works. Okay, would you like them to lead you to the house now? Yeah, because technically you don't need to be there until nighttime. You can have this. Okay, look, an open window. This will be, I'll just say 45th and 3rd on Main Broadway. The most generic the most generic house name ever. House address, whatever. Correct. you guys can come in and check if you'd like. But otherwise, don't need to be here until later. The most common thing that the things appear in is all of our stuff here on this side of the room just seems to move into random places on its own. Sometimes it gets cold around the fireplace. Seems counterproductive. Well, I think it really brings the whole place just together. Oh, well, I don't imagine a stone building would catch fire that well. Of of note, by the way, why don't you both give me crafting checks? Because I know you both have crafting. Secret. Yes. Okay, you both got the you both got the same number for one. Secondly, you would both realize that these two are perhaps middle class, and most of the thing that they have furnished their house with, with, is cheap garbage that is designed to make them look more wealthy than they actually are. You can imagine a lot of the like golden laced stuff up here is in fact just ooh, what's the name? I had it. What's the name for fool's gold? Is it pyrite? Yeah, pyrite. That said, looking at pyrite now, it looks fucking awesome, dude. I want some of that over gold. Also, Atticus already got it, but Alex, you would also know that yes, having a rug next to the fireplace is perhaps a terrible fucking idea. Other than stuff moving, a cold spot near the fireplace, ironically, um, they can hear voices in the kitchen sometimes. Some of the furniture will fall over by itself, and their door will creak open at night um, on its own. It does not. Of course. These are single houses. There's one across the street too, but they own it. It is indistinct. Yes, you can. Not that we know of, but there have been murders in the area recently. That's what that's what has our suspicions that someone is perhaps doing this to us. At that, one of them will just like pinch themselves. No, I think we're perfectly perfectly material. They are certainly there. Yes. Let me read specifically what it is because I think it's things that you can see, right? Anything involving the senses, then. I will give you that the air around here is not smoggy at all. It seems to be properly ventilated. Well, no. In fact, most of the houses in this area were just built recently, so part of the council's better housing project. Since you're on the track of ghosts, why don't you give me a secret check of something you think that may be related to ghosts? You cannot think of any type of haunting that would appear in a freshly built building with seemingly no past history. You could try. You can't think of anything that would be related to haunting. However, you can think of many type of curses that could possibly afflict someone. Not sure what would apply in this specific case, though. Yes, that's what we thought at first. Perhaps that's why we thought somebody was doing this to us. You see, specifically just because of the terrible headaches and neck pains we have whenever we wake up. It does seem like something that some malicious person could do to someone they don't like, or perhaps anyone at all, I suppose. No, nothing out of the ordinary, but is quite incapacitating whenever we wake up to have to look at each other. You do notice I don't know the word for that. Whenever your skin is pale because the blood vessels have been constricted. Vasodilation, I guess. Yes. But other than that, you would notice nothing out of the ordinary besides, man, these bitches have some long ass necks. Correct. Yeah, they just stretched their neck and ripped it straight off. They have specifically been killed from what appears to be bite marks and stuff, like some wild animal has gotten to them. Straight up murder, yes. Also, as for the neck being long, it appears to just be that way. You can't notice like it's it's not like the ritualistic thing where they put a bunch of rings on it to stretch it out. Yes. Maybe just the afternoon. They will ask that you specifically come back around 8 p.m. so they can have the doors locked before you guys have to do your shit. Shake their heads. Grab them by the head and shake. Hey, is your head still hurt? Does your head hurt now? Okay, where are you gonna try to find this wizard? Also, Abner, the voices in the kitchen were the general area, not they're not focused on anything specific. There was nothing in the house that was glowing magical, except in their dresser. Actually, wait a second. Wait a second, actually, because I forgot detect magic does not work like that in this. Um, you know that there is magic in their house somewhere. If you want to get specifics, you would have to have a read aura. Whenever it's upgraded. Cantrip scaling is still weird to me. No. Are you going to inform them why? Oh yeah, well, yes we do. We have a cloak in the dresser, in fact. I'm trying to think of a way that someone would describe this in game. Like in universe. It gives you a +1 bonus to lying to people, in fact. If it's in your closet, it's a +5. I will just say it belongs to my husband, and he used to use it whenever he would go out hunting. It's supposed to make him better at it, but he never noticed anything specific. It's more of a good luck charm. I think right now you just get magic yes no within 30 feet. Well, even then, You get yes, no, and then the upgrades are you get the highest one. Um, so you wouldn't get the things lower than that. You would just get the one thing. You need read aura to determine if there's more than one thing. Read aura is what's the range on this? One object within 30 feet. And then the upgrade to that one is you can choose multiple things. So there you go. You would want to use this in combination with the what's this fuck? There's the skill that you use to identify magic items. I forget what the activity is called. Probably. It's not a spell in this, it's a skill thing. So you don't automatically get to know what items are just by casting a spell. It's probably nature, arcana, religion, and what's the other one I'm missing? I know one way I can check. Oh no, this gecko potion is suddenly mysterious liquid again. Oh no. Uh, there you go. Arcana, nature, occultism, religion. Crafting is alchemical items. Which it's kind of weird that gecko potion actually isn't. Well, it's not alchemical because it's not an elixir or a mutagen. Yeah. Okay, so wizard time. Unless you had anything else you wanted to ask them. Which place are you going to search wizard for at? Their name is about all you have, yeah. Do you know where to find sailors? I actually forget where the sailors are in that game whenever you have to find them. This is Shinmu 2, I think, by the way. There's a whole part where you just have to ask random people, do you know where sailors hang out? Anyways, if you ask a guard, they will kind of just grumble and send you to the either the Sand Soul or to the town registry, but they'll tell you that they probably won't just let you in to see the records. Probably if you registered with the city first. Yeah, you'd probably just have to go to the courthouse and sign some paperwork. And then if you ever want to practice here, they'll have to actually get it on the record first. So you wouldn't be able to do it today. Immediately whenever you get into the courthouse, it's basically just a hallway from one end to the other and doors on either side. So it's not very helpful for where the administration is. If you walk inside, it's basically just a straight shot to the other door on the other side, and then there's doors all down the hallway, and that's about it. There are placards over all of the doors, but you don't seem to see administration anywhere on this side of the hallway, at least. There's not, no. I'm basing this on what I remember of my actual courthouse, so enjoy the wonders of a small town courthouse. I know ours is just very vertical. In fact, now that I think of it, I don't even know what is in the bottom of the building because the stairs go up to the middle. You can find what appears to be just a random office with two desks, both in an L shape, so they form like a square. You know what I'm talking about? Like that. And there's one person here, but the other one is currently empty. Can I help you, sir? You should probably make your way to the bottom floor. There is a. Oops. I almost dragged this over. Oh, I've now fucked everything. Oh well. Get out of here. There is. I don't even know what to call that, so I'll just say a hole in the wall, and you'll be able to speak to somebody at the desk there. stone from the top to the bottom actually turns from, I don't even know what you would call this, some type of brown stone, immediately to marble halfway down, and then the entire under half of the courthouse is entirely marble, and depending on your taste, is very gaudy and terrible. But immediately at the end of the stairs, there is this nice little hole in the wall with people standing behind it. You gotta have an area to write things down here too. There you go. And unfortunately, you're at like this level, because this is a desk made for dwarves. Oh, a judge, eh? Certainly could use some more of them. Oh, not necessarily. It's just nice to have, you know. Let me just go in the back and get you some papers there. What about your friend? Looking at Garmarum. Oh, well, we already got one of those, honey. You don't need to worry about it. Well, it's a life position, honey, so I don't think there's gonna be any opening anytime soon. Oh, well, if he gets sick, we just don't have the process, honey. I wonder if Executioner is actually a background. A headsman is not a background. That's kind of surprising. Okay, well, honey, do you have a badge of office or anything so we can get Get your symbol on record. Oh, I haven't seen one of those in a while. Usually a gun around here, you know. Oh well, let me just go get one of our sketch artists to draw this up real quick. Do you mind if we keep it for about a day? Oh, coincidentally, the paperwork should be done by about then. Why don't you come back and pick it up tomorrow along with your sword? Then she will walk off with the paperwork. I did mention, but this is a gnome, which means actually she was probably just barely peeking over the counter. She just has huge fucking Coke bottle glasses that peek over the side. What is the plan now? Note that the building one is miles away from the town. It's a few miles northwest of town. No. Also of note, by the way, uh, you guys would know it's a separate dialect of Common. Hoya, I think it's Hoya de Arena, is Jewel of the Sand. It was very convenient that the translation for sand is arena for a fighting pit. the exterminator job will specifically be in the merchant part of town, the merchant quarter, if you will. You can easily pick out the jewelry store because it has a fuck massive sign on a huge building that says a Scartoli jeweler and goldsmith. There aren't many people around, presumably because who the fuck buys jewelry often? You do notice whenever you go in that you are hit by the smell of sausages. Cooking sausages. Aren't they? These ancient animals have a strong sense of smell, but not enough to get a, a passive bonus in Pathfinder 2, apparently. They can smell a single drop of blood in 10 gallons of water. They are able to detect the smell of animal carcasses from over 4 miles away. There is somebody at the counter, but other than that, no, not really. Oh, and the guards in the front, of course. The sausages are actually free for paying customers. This is specifically the goldsmith that has these sausages in it, by the way. How you gonna approach the person at the counter? Are you wearing fine clothes? Or no, you couldn't afford the fine clothes, could you? I'm pretty sure somebody got fine clothes, so there you go. 2 gold. You still can. Good evening, gentlemen. See anything you like today? Or do you perhaps have a fitting? Yes. You want to speak to Mr. Scartoli, then? Mm, let me check. Please excuse me. And then he will go into the back. Okay, Alex, you see, um, this gnome go into the back and come back out later with a kobold beside them, dressed in an extremely expensive looking suit with a bunch of jewelry hanging from their horns and various other places. And they come out and approach you by grabbing your hand and shaking it profusely without your consent. Ah, yes, someone here finally to take care of my problem, yes? You are here about the extermination, correct? Well, I have a storage unit in the Undercity down there, you see. And there's some particularly pesky rats. They've gotten a little too clever for my liking, and I need somebody to take care of them before they start getting too many ideas down there. Oh, it's literal in this case, my boy. Last I've heard, there's dozens of them, and they're getting a little too brave for my likes. Incorrect. Mm, we haven't gone to those measures yet, you see. We have a large cask of fine wine down there, and we wouldn't want the fumes to leak in through the wood, you see. Well, my boys certainly have. Last indication, they've seen about a dozen of them, perhaps more. You know how vermin breed. And he'll scoff loudly at that. Also ironic because he is a kobold. Now I have to make sure that Pathfinder 2 kobolds have short lifespans. They do. Mature quickly, reaching adulthood at 60 and living till about 60. Adulthood at 12, living until 60. I would assume they breed quickly because of how their age works, but they may have moved that to rat folk. Oh yes, but before you do, um, he will go back in, or no, he will gesture for the person at the desk to go into the back, and they will bring out. They're not. They're going to function as Plague Doctor masks, but they are not Plague Doctor masks. They are just masks with filters in them. Since you're going to the Undercity, you're going to be needing these. I do want them returned when you get back. You will meet my associate. Um, at the I don't remember what the fuck you call it, the storage external storage storage unit, I guess. In this case, it is storage units. You should be able to find them easily. They have sliding doors on them. They'll be the only ones down there. I should also have one of my boys sitting outside. Um, whenever you see them, tell them to just open the damn door so we can finally get this over with for once. Now, I do have my ear popping, apparently. That's not fun. Stop it. Get some help. Now, I do have a high profile customer coming in today, so I would rather not be bothered by the time you get back. Uh, the cashier here will see to your payment whenever you get back. Don't bother bringing back any evidence of your find. Just make sure my boy that is standing in front of the gate sees that you have done the deed. The word will get back before you do, I assure you. This is the shop where you would buy any magical jewelry if you want, by the way. Zero to 7. Communication bangles. That's not even magic, I don't think. You. It's like, don't forget to drink your Ovaltine thing, but you can actually use it to send messages to people that are not close to you. Is it actually a magic item? Let's see, it's item 1. I think most level or item 0 things are just standard stuff. Yeah. I will also say, generally, if you guys, yeah, it might just be that. In general, I would say that you guys can trade like for like in terms of magic items, unless there's something that has a huge difference between the prices. Because I know there's most most things are going to have the same price, but I know there's some that are more expensive. So you could trade. I don't know what magic items have you guys gotten so far. You've got some consumables too, but that would be trading consumable for consumable. I think Atticus has most of them. Gecko potion, Gecko potion, oil of potency, ember dust, searing suture. Speaking of which, you should probably do your daily preparations for crafting if you haven't already. I will just say you guys all have a Plague Doctor mask, but I'll just click Atticus's whenever we need to reference it. Yep. Yeah, here's an example of what you probably wouldn't be able to trade in. A Psychopomp mask is a level 1 magic item, but it's 5 gold compared to a Cloak of Feline Rest is 20 gold. So they probably would not do that trade, considering it's worth 4 times more. I think whenever you die, you have the mask on, and it tricks the things that bring you to death to take the mask instead of you, and it only works once ever, once per year. Psychopomps would be the people who bring the dead to the purgatory to be judged. I think they're like crows, if I remember right. And the first thing I'm looking at is like a bunch of hawks with weird masks on, like gas masks. That's just a skeleton in a dress. Uh, that's a lion with a crocodile skull for a face. And that's just an angel with demon wings and a mask covering their eyes. There's the crow. It resembles a whippoorwill, a sparrow, or other small bird wearing a heavy leather plague doctor mask. Unless Atticus is specifically going for like godless healing stuff, Psychopomp would probably be one of the gods the average plague doctor would worship. Yes. Probably. They're usually depicted as white though. Okay, what is the plan now? You gonna kill some rats before you come back up before 8? Before dinner time? Before Mommy gets mad? Artisanal rats. There are many entrances to the Undercity, by the way. All of them are going to be sealed so the smoke doesn't come out. You do not. Speaking of which, Mr. Gator is not wearing clothes. Probably not when you have scales, granted. Ordinary clothing is 1 silver, by the way. Probably. Ordinary clothing covers everything. Explorer's clothing is specifically like more heavy duty to allow you to put runes on it to count as armor for not armor. Fine clothing. High fashion fine clothing. And winter clothing is all there is. Because it was a thing in Pathfinder 1, basically. Um, it was mostly useful for the vigilante. Um, the vigilante. I forget what they called them, but they would basically take 2 classes and smash them together into one thing. And the vigilante was an investigator rogue or something like that. And they had a bunch of things related to having what is essentially Bruce Wayne and Batman. It was a favored soul or something like that. My favorite one was Scald, which is a barbarian and a bard combined, and then whenever you would rage, you would give your rage to teammates. Also Ninja, because that was just Rogue and Monk combined. So you just made Monk better, basically. Most of the most of the things that give you a +1 bonus are about 50 gold. Because there's the same thing for like thieves tools and doctor kit and all that shit, and they're all about 50. Yeah, tearaway clothing can be worn over light armor, so that would have been useful for Vigilante, which I think could only wear light armor. Because then you basically go, uh, I am Bruce Wayne, rip, haha, now I am actually Batman. And humanoid creatures. I mean, you guys want an extendable pincer. You could have a Nintendo, what's it called, Super Arm or something like that. Apparently there is a rubbing set, by the way. It just gives you a +1 bonus to doing it. The Undercity. So the actual doors to the Undercity are actually circles, and they kind of just pull or push the door out from the wall and then slide it to the side like a vault door, but it doesn't have like the locking wheel on it. It just is a circle that slides out. And then immediately after it opens, a gout of smoke comes out and fills the air above. In general, walking around in this area, everything is still made of stone, of course. However, a lot of the buildings themselves are what are emitting these gouts of smoke. There's a lot of sound of industrial equipment and like artisans smashing on anvils and shit around, chain rattling and whatnot. Every now and then you can actually hear an explosion from very deep inside of the area. There's a bunch of people walking around, just glaring at you, but not starting anything. None of them seem to be startled by the explosions, so you assume this is just a normal thing that happens. He didn't exactly tell you where to look for the storage areas down here. He just told you that you would know it whenever you see it. In a city, I believe it would be society instead. I'm actually not sure if it's, I don't think so, because it would be considered subsisting, and I don't think subsisting is, hidden. This is where I need to go look up society. And hope that Nethys isn't dead. It is not good. This would be subsist, yes. Good news, it's not hidden. Bad news. I'll give it to you with the 16. You guys kind of just wander around for a bit lit. Yes, you get really lit. At some point, you walk through like a. I'm just gonna have to do this. An intersection where there's a circle part in the middle that has a bunch of benches and stuff in it, presumably a rest area. And then it's got 4 sections coming off like this. But then in the middle of that, this whole area has water running down it, so it's one massive waterfall on all of the areas that are not walkways. You cannot see where the water goes down to because it is dark down there, but you can faintly hear the splashing of the water far down. You'd imagine this would not be a good area to fall down in. Or maybe it is because there's water down there, I don't know. Eventually you come to what is another long-ass hallway with a bunch of sliding doors on either side. There is a lot of people in this area, some with the doors open, kind of just sitting around, talking in and out of them. Other people are just standing next to them, suspiciously. As such, the hallway would be wider than this, but this is just the right-hand side. Almost forgot to lock those doors, oh man. Other than that, you just got this one dude sitting outside on this side. Everybody else is further down. Uh, Probably with booze in their hands, getting drunk. Which seems like a bad thing to do whenever you normally need to have a mask on down here. Yeah. Oh yeah? Mr. Scar totally told you himself, huh? Yeah, sure you did. Of note, because the picture is not accurate, this is a kobold. He does not. I will tell you that he is not wearing a mask, and he's a red kobold. Well, he's not coughing. Yeah, I don't know who's asking. You agreed, huh? How's I'm supposed to know that you was the ones that was supposed to come down here, huh? That's what he was supposed to tell you to tell me. Are you going to try to intimidate him? Why is this? Is this token partially transparent to you guys too? It's normal. Why the fuck's it transparent? What the fuck? I have no idea why it's transparent, but this token. It's not hidden, and if it's hidden, you can't see it. So he'll just look up at Garmarum and okay, okay, fine, fine. Hey, just get in there. It's down the trap door in the back. They don't explode as far as I know, but I ain't tried to kill him. That's your job. I was just putting her on the map just to have her. Performance. Yeah, you took it for your archetype. Hands off the merchandise over there. Pay you to pay the piano. It's literally right there, yeah. It opens and there's actually a set of stairs that goes down in here. Probably would want to light a lantern instead. Smoke is combustible. Well, the flame on a gunshot would not last long enough to ignite smoke. A torch is literally getting the fire near the smoke, which is going to combust. Something like that. Correct. That's why sawmills have to clean themselves a lot, because if you stack up all the sawdust, any type of spark that goes off in the mill will just set the entire place not only on fire, but it explodes before there's a fire. I just realized I typed now playing here to type in the music way earlier and then never actually put what the song was. Well, you have two people that can't see. Atticus, do you have a recipe for like a flare or some type of light alchemy thing? There is smoke around, so it would just set the smoke alight and explode. It can still combust though. Where the fuck is your crafting page? Am I dumb? There it is. Okay. I went past it like 3 times. Yeah, you can make a sunrod. That's a torch, but not fire. And then a tinder twig is a flint and steel without being a flint and steel. Six hours. As always, the stream can't even see the torchlight because it has your fucking dark vision on. Alex. Yeah, you can just see that. Yes. Alex, where there's your thing. You notice there are suspicious stains on the floor. However, they are not red. They are in fact brown. I don't know if you can see that. Yes. As you move closer, you all can hear in your minds. Who is this that disturbs us? What are you doing in our home? These ones are more than mere rats. These ones are together, in unison as one. Man, that's fucking existential, isn't it? I actually don't know for a fucking hive mind. Offhand, I'm going to say no. Probably not. He did not explain that he used it or what he used it for. And I don't think he mentioned that he uses it a lot. Yes. Which you would assume would be this. And all these. Which two of your compatriots cannot even see right now. $20.40. It's a consumable. It's basically a flare. Because you strike it on a hard surface and then it turns on and then emits light. What brings these creatures into our lair? Curse would be rats. Yes, these ones enjoy the murder. We've seen many a murder in in this place. What was it? Yes, many murders. By the small ones. The small greedy ones. We go where we please. Even the mightiest of stone cannot stop our jaws. We are we. We are Legion. We need not rights. We make our own laws. And this one has large words for one with a body so edible. It would not be the first time that we have devoured one that steps in our lair. We eat what we please. Oh yes, easy food, easy prey. Sometimes the murderers themselves. Because when they're not careful, they too become food. And this turf is ours. We would like. We. We would like easier prey. We need not the laws of your kind. No, no laws, no speeches, no bothering us. You there, Abner. Approach! Select yourself and just click it in the chat. No, no, no! No, not good enough. These ones must feel the flesh of the prey, breaking to pieces in our jaws. This one must feel the squirming of the children as they die in our grasps. If only you could see what what we have seen down here. Yes, yes, murders. We've seen so much more. So much worse. It makes us giggle. It makes us salivate. Poison, acid, lightning, frost, Sonic. Is it called Sonic in this? Yeah, Sonic. A new place with new prey. Easier prey. You can hear chittering all around the room before they respond. It must please us when it dies. The screams of pain, the bleeding, the knowledge of its own encroaching demise as we eat it from the inside out. The sobbing of its humiliation before we attack it. There's an auditory effect. You can. You can't quite get a good look in this specific patch because it has been walked through several times, perhaps scraped apart by a boot of some kind. But you do notice that it goes underneath the rug more. Basically, what you're missing, Alex, is that there's another table over here, something broken in the corner. There's some storage here. Looks like an armoire maybe, and a chest that's open. And then in this corner, there's tables with bottles on them and some mugs, and that's about it. I think you can see everything else. As you lift up the corner, you notice that there are planks on the ground here. It's more like there is a hole in the floor, and there have been planks placed over it. How are you going to check it? It's correct. Planks long enough to go this length, so 25 by 5. You're immediately assailed by the smell of rotting flesh, correct. It is a pit of mud that has been dug through the stone here. And it stinks, however, you cannot see much in it. It is empty as far as you can tell. Now, what you're looking for is long since gone. As the rats, yes. Oh, yes, they were delicious. The bones are the best part. Would you like to see what has happened down here? No, no, not at this time, no. A vision, yes, yes. Garmarum, well, everyone, you will hear chittering all around you as rats begin to crawl out from the woodwork and from underneath all of the furniture and surround the area of light around you. So for those two who can't see in the darkness, you have rats in this area on the edge of the light, and you can just see their eyes glowing in the dim light as they would be concealed. And then Garmarum, a singular rat, approaches you. It has a large bulbous brain protruding through its head with a slight blue glow coming off of it, which I guess technically the rest of you could have seen the blue coming off the ones surrounding you as well. There are roughly 100 of them, by the way. There is no leader. There is only Legion. Garmarum, this one climbs up the table from the leg and all the way up the bottom and sits on the table next to you. And then it will reach out its paw. No, you cannot. Whenever he holds out his finger, the rat will grab it with both of its hands. And Garmarum, you will feel a tingle for a second. And then this actually doesn't have the envision trait, which I would think it would, but you instantly get the image of these rats tunneling through the stone, making nests all throughout the entire room. The kobolds coming down here with people, screaming at them, and then shooting them point blank in the head and throwing them in the pit. Other times they will have children that they're holding away from someone that is crying over the child, and then they will kill them while they take the child away. Other times they will bring groups of people down here and then simply close off the door and let them starve down here, at which point so you're seeing this all from the view of the rats. So at that point they would then attack them and eat them, and then go back to their hiding places, where the kobolds would then come down and put what remains of the corpses in the holes. And then the most recent thing you would see would be a few of the kobolds coming down here alone, just two of them, and the rats would attack them until they were cornered, and then kill and eat them. Also, since you are seeing this from a hive mind, you are seeing it from several dozen eyes at once. So give me a fortitude save. Okay, you feel sickened at first, but then you repress the urge to start vomiting from just the dizziness of seeing through so many eyeballs. This is roughly 10 minutes of visual information being put into your head in the span of about 5 seconds, by the way. Oh, I forgot the most important part, and that would be them bringing bodies down here and chopping them apart with a meat cleaver to throw them into the pit. You do not. Our most precious memories, yes, yes. Rats are face blind. And what are you looking for? You do know of psychic rats, yes. Technically, no. I'm counting these as uncommon. I'm trying to find you their most relevant thing to tell you. But if you would like to ask a question, you also have one of those. These are uncommon in the first place, so good luck proving that they exist. Well, there was rotting flesh down here. Scartelli. these ones need new den, new hunting ground, new lair. Yep. Need something like this instead. rejoin us in our lair when you make your decision, when you have a new lair for us. And then they disperse back into all the dark corners of the room. Well, did you get him? Didn't hear no gunshots or struggles or anything. Well, yeah, there's dozens of them. And what tools would those be? They already told us you can't gas the place up. You definitely can't burn it down. Yeah, yeah? Why is that? They spooking you? Those little rats flexing their muscles on you? Oh, maybe yours. Yeah, I don't get paid enough to kill some rats. Yeah, better be in triple digits. not like that, you smart ass. I'm already getting paid 5 gold a day to sit out down here doing nothing. Yeah, all I gotta do is sit on my ass all day and wait for schmucks like you to try to get rid of these rats. Oh, why not? Nah, I just get paid to do something else boring down here. They're not paying me for the rats, they're paying me to sit in the fucking dirt and smog. But it don't bother me none. Oh, well, counting you guys is about, well, contractors specifically, about 3 groups. Well, the first group, it was just a kid that was up his own ass. We never heard him come back up. Had to clean him off the floor later. And the other one was a group of nuns or some shit like that. Set one foot down in there, tried to bless the place, and came right back out. All the boss knows is that he'll pay any amount to clean that place up. Not exactly strapped for cash. You didn't get an offer. You were just sent to go back to the cashier who would pay you afterwards. Well, you better not make it too long. I'll pass word along to the boss that you need more time. Don't imagine he'll be too pleased about that. But also, that will just be to get things ready for next time. Yeah, that helped. Well, there is one thing that you mentioned earlier, way earlier. Uh, Maybe you should check and see if psychic rats can lie first. We're trying to see if the rats were lying whenever they cast the spell on you. Well, technically you could be using your deception for this because you have lied to me. What is the actual action called? Yeah, sense motive. Secret, yep. And you can use your deception instead. Yeah. One of them is colored, and the other one is in gray. You can tell they were behaving normally, which is to say that they are scumfuck assholes. I mean, there's torture for you put a rat on somebody and then you put a bucket over top the rat and then you heat up the bucket and then the rat burrows inside of them. It's it's execution. Legal death. Okay, and I guess we will continue on next time. I don't know where. Perhaps at the private residence. practice targets, 2 silver for 10. Yep. And we'll find out what you do first next time. And Graya will get to hear the fun story of people being executed in the basement of a storage unit.